Hello, hello. So I figured I'd come on early and do some card pulls at this time because normally it's the wee hours of the morning, Eastern time, which I know I am very lucky to have some people on the other side of the pond. And whatnot, who kind of never get to indulge when I'm doing Sag, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and I'm doing those live card pulls. So I'm not doing any one sign today, but anybody that wants to hop on, that wants to have a free card pull, can do that. And maybe I'll kind of jump on Instagram at the same time. Let's see if we can do that. That would be amazing. So good morning to everyone, I guess, in the States, and probably still sleeping if you're on the West Coast. Unless you're one of those people who gets up at like 5 a.m. and exercises. I was up at 5 a.m. today to meditate and do other things, but it wasn't to exercise. It probably should be, but I'm not there yet. Let's hop on Instagram and see. God, I have not gone live on Instagram in forever. Dupe. Was that how we do this? You're all watching me kind of try to do both at one time. It looks like I'm in two different places because the light is so different. But hopefully this will work. You're catching me first thing in the morning. I don't have a lot of makeup on or anything. Oh, that does not work. There we go. Hold on, everybody. Good morning. I'm trying to do this thing. Hi, Annika. Hi, Alan. So I'm trying to do this thing where I'm going live on Instagram and YouTube at the same time. So if you're seeing this, yeah, it was my phone in front of the camera. I'm trying to be like, it's so, this is how much I don't use filters when I'm like YouTubing or anything. I don't have filters on the Instagram right now either, but this is how different from cameras. It's all the same lighting. I'm in the same place. So I thought I would hop on early. I just like, some of my hair is actually still wet, just letting it do its thing, but I figured I'd hop on early. For all the people that are not awake at 2 o'clock in the morning, to pull some cards. A lot of people over the pond, I think. So good afternoon to you if you're in Europe. And early morning. Okay. If you're in the States. So if you're seeing this on Instagram and you want to ask a question, you can ask a yes or no question, or really kind of any kind of question. Feel free to hop on over to YouTube, where I'll be able to see, because I'm only going to be able to monitor one set of comments. Annika, I know that you never get to catch the lives because I do free card pulls at the end of each element. So Sag, Cap, Aquarius, and Pisces, when the water signs don't take me out and I have energy left for Pisces. But that's what I'm just doing that. I'm just doing that. Or you can ask for a card for your sign. A card just came out for you as I was shuffling. One popped out. But if you want to ask a question, you are more than welcome to. Aw, you're very sweet. I appreciate all of your activity and your interaction. But if you have a question, oh, that was weird. My phone just went. I should say Instagram just went black on me and came back. But if you have a question, and you don't actually have to ask me a question, you can say, I need something I need a yes or no on, and I can ask that without putting your, well, no, of course not. I actually, the card that came flying out for you, I don't know which camera to look at. The card that came flying out for you was the Justice card. I don't think you've had reciprocity. Good morning, Valencia. I don't think you've had reciprocity in exchanges before, but that's going to come in. Annika, why don't we look at what most needs to be healed for you, like what you can work on to shift the any energy or to clear anything. I mean, I'm constantly clearing and working on myself. I'm a human having a human experience, and therefore, like, you know, a flawed person, a flawed human or meat sack or whatever you want to call it. Hey, Ricky Miller, if you want to actually like fully ask a question, if you want to hop on over to YouTube, same bat channel, same bat name. It's Suzzy Evolutionary. But so I'm always working on stuff. If you like, I feel called to see what needs to be moved out of the way so that the next person that comes in is really going to give you that justice, that reciprocity. Good morning. Good evening. Where are you, Raven Eyes? This fascinates me. I came on in the morning just thinking, like, I know that I had people, hi Maya, from overseas, and I feel bad because they don't really, you know, I mean, Alan's kind of just always, he's the real MVP because he's just kind of always hanging out with us. Sometimes he goes to sleep and he wakes up and I'm still alive. But I just thought it would be so nice for everyone to, for me to be on at a different time of day. You're in Australia. Well, good evening to everyone in Australia. That's amazing. All right, so let's see what. Yay. All right, so Annika, let's look at what could be. I want to take one of these. Hello. Yes, check what I need to work on. It's not like I have been single. It's too religious. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Welcome. Alabama. We have Alabama, Australia, England. Annika, are you in Sweden? I keep wanting to say Annika. I think it's Annika. Instagram is paused due to bad connection. Are you asking me how you doing, like Joey from Friends? How you doing? I'll give you my Rachel answer, which is Rachel in Vegas with the mustache. Homemade. You are in Sweden. I am 1/4 Swede. The blonde is my natural. This is all my natural. I only color the front of my hair. I mean, there's leftover color on the bottom here, but like that's. I did not get the natural blonde hair, nor am I overly tall, nor do I tan easily. And then I just... Nature did me a favor and made me like almost allergic to my own sweat. I get like this irritating. Aw, thank you, Raven Eyes. I get some like this like irritating, I don't know, around my hairline and everything. So I just never went out in the sun. So on Long Island, where things are more better in the 80s and the tanning beds and everything came out, I did that a couple of times, got like prickly heat and some kind of actual like degree burn. I want to say they were like mild, but I actually had like burns from a tanning bed. And then after that, I was like, okay, I'm done. The sun and I are not friends. And I'm very grateful for that now. Wow. Healing heartbreak. My heart will love again. But I don't think it's something that like there's wrong with you, Annika. It's probably like just a mindset that needs to get. We talked about code switching the other night. Sometimes we have to like code switch for ourselves for how we think. You can have an incredibly awake, evolved, intelligent, intellectual, knowledge-thirsty person that still says things to themselves like, I don't know why I didn't see that in somebody, or love never works out for me. And it's just a matter of rearranging that verbiage so that, because we're manifesting all the time with our words. We're manifesting all the time with our words. Like we're creating, we're at least, so quantum physics and cohesion dictates, it's science, people, that like matter attracts like matter. So if the phrases always falling out of your mouth is that, love doesn't work out for me, or I don't know why I can't see people for who they are at first, that's going to create more of that. If we're, I have some people in my life that I love that really like to post about how nobody's true and the real ones are far and few between, and it's kind of like posting to keep that situation going. When you're posting, hi Ro, when you're posting constantly about how people suck, I mean, there's some gaslighting, narcissists, there's some stuff, there are some people who really need to work on themselves. But when it's all we talk about, it doesn't mean that if we don't talk about it, we're thinking it doesn't exist. It just means that if we're constantly talking about it, it creates an energy around us that attracts more of what. That's how like the law of attraction works. There are NASA physicists who teach law of attraction through cohesion, which is all quantum physics. It's all a real thing. So you can code switch. Instead of saying like, I don't know why I didn't see that about that person. Good morning, April. We can say, they didn't show it to me. They didn't show that side of me. So they didn't show that side of themselves. So I'm really hearing, I will absolutely answer that for you, Valencia. I feel like for you, Annika, that there is some kind of tie to how you speak about yourself, like it's jinxed or something. Okay. So let's pull something else. Hello. Good morning. Anybody on Instagram? Hi, George and Ricky. We are hanging out on YouTube. I will absolutely answer your question. I'm going to get to as many of them as I can. I'm all like, I am fed and prepped, and I have my comfy chair And I have my death becomes her water, my collagen strawberry water. So I'm prepared to be here for a bit to answer questions. So right now I have Annika, and then, Alan, if you want to ask a question, certainly you can. Valencia, Raven, Maya, and then should I call you Schlock? Do you want to be a different name, or like, you don't have to. You could share a nickname. You could share the name. Sometimes when I want to be anonymous, I share the name that I used when I was a kid. Like, I don't want to say Playhouse because that sounds wrong. But like, when you'd be your friends, you'd be like, my name's going to be. Morning vodka. That is definitely not my death becomes her drink. It's funny because I suffer so much with the inflammation with the long haulers. So I have all this anti-inflammatory stuff in my diet. And so I would say, like, I feel like I don't know how much it's doing for the inflammation in my body and my digestion and all that. But, it shows up in my face. It's something. But that is my Bulletproof makes a collagen drink that's like all natural, and it's strawberry flavored, and it's delicious. That's what I'm always drinking, that I call my death becomes her drink. I don't gatekeep. Okay, so we got big picture Eagle King. Let's keep going, Annika, because I don't feel like we have. You can. I'm going to make a list in a minute. I'm going to make a list in a minute so that we have like a so everybody knows when their turn is. And then I know it's like a Monday morning. I know it's evening for some people, it's afternoon for some, but I know it's a Monday. That's what I should say. So if somebody's busy, let's read this for you. If somebody's busy and they have to go, if you're not there, I won't do your question if you want to try to come back. Boop-a-doo. Can you use the name Kobe? I know. I was going to say, we just did you. That sounds terrible, Alan, but we did an amazing reading for you like a week ago. I'm saying we when I mean I, but I have incredible guides. It's not just me. Like, I'm a conduit. So I always say we when I mean me in this forum. Annika, we got message in a bottle. The essential meaning is communication. It's about something spontaneous coming in. And what this is going to be, I don't know if the spontaneous. Oh, it's National Sweden Day. Well, then it's a holiday for me too, Jack Nabbit. Something's going to come through that's going to be unexpected, Annika, but when it comes through, it may be pointing you towards. It's gonna point you towards your highest path. It's gonna feel like a big sign. It's not going to be small. It's going to be, so this morning, Connie, Joe, and I were speaking. We were texting by 6-something a.m. And so, absolutely. Okay. And she said randomly, she had this crazy busy house and she heard something. She was thinking about me in a certain capacity, thinking like, oh, I would switch places. And then she heard something. And this morning, before I got on the phone with her, I was doing something very innocuous, putting something away in a closet. And I thought, this is all going to change when blank blank happens. And that's exactly what she thought. And so when I was putting away the thing in my storage closet today, it seemed small until it was confirmed by somebody else having almost the exact same vision or channeled message coming in yesterday for the same. So it's like that. That's not small. For Connie Joe to feel that might have happened Saturday, and for me it happened this morning. And she texted me, I want to say yesterday morning, like, oh my, I have to tell you this thing that happened that came in for you. We didn't get a chance to talk at all yesterday. So then this morning was an hour after I got the same channeled message, almost exactly verbatim the same channeled message that she got on Saturday. So do you see what I'm saying? Like, had we spoken yesterday, my channel message hadn't come in yet. It wouldn't, something will happen that will be such an unmistakable sign, and it's going to point you towards the things that you have to move past. Is there was some, like, the thoughts that keep you awake at night. There's some kind of anxiety or just stress over how things went. And what I want to say to you is that, like, you're somebody who works on yourself. And so when somebody new comes in, it's gonna feel different because you will be different. You will approach things differently. You will, it's not gonna be the same because the quantum physics of how you think and vibrate will bring different people in. And even if it's the same person, even if there was a connection, if you bring that person back in, there will be new boundaries. If anyone's ever heard me talk about it before, if you go to a club, if you go anywhere at night for some kind of entertainment, there can be different rules for different places, what's required to get in. There's different levels of pat downs. Depends on how international your flight is and how big the airport is, on how stringent security is, and how something tiny will have you going through the separate line where that person owes you dinner by the time they're done patting you down and checking you for security. Each place creates their own stringent rules and boundaries for acceptance. And you have new, more discerning acceptance rules. Like, I call those the bouncers, like spiritual bouncers, the things that we learn, how we evolve. And so I think the minute you start worrying that everybody's going to end up being the same or everything's going to turn out the same, and really sit and marinate in the idea that, like, you're so different, so it's not going to bring in the same old. The cycle repeating is done. I just don't know that you're acknowledging that it's done, because you did the work. It's just that you just have some time to sit in the idea that you've changed things for yourself, and then that creates the cohesion. All right, so I'm going to make, hi, Hillywood. So I'm going to make a little list here. So we had Annika. Everybody give me a second. So we already did Annika, and then there was... I'm like reaching across my big giant desk doing this, so... We have And then when I get to, so Valencia, if you could repost your question now, that would be great. If you're still around, if you're not around, Raven Eyes. So this way we're not wasting time scrolling. And then I'm just gonna write the order of how people came in the room. And then if you want to ask a question, you can. And if you don't have to. And then there's Ro. And how I work is that until I feel like the message is really delivered, I keep going. I don't just pull one card. Sometimes one card is enough. Sometimes we'll ask the pendulum. And then I think I just saw, sorry. Good morning, Miss Pisces. Did I miss saying good morning to anyone? Good morning. Good morning. I don't think I saw Miss Pisces right away, or Maria. Good morning. I'm without a moderator here, and I'm doing, if you're posting your question now, I probably won't see it by the time I get to you. That makes sense. Good, Annika. Good. And I'm gonna, good morning, Jupiter Jazz. I'm gonna put, I know I'm not spelling everybody right, but I mean, these names are too unique for anybody to be confused about who I mean. All right, this is the current list. And Shauna. Hi, lady. And I'll after I do a few, I will just gonna put that in there now. Okay, good morning. All right. I did not expect this to be so busy, but I'm happy. Thanks, April. It's a shower. That's why I look. It's a shower, and then I just let my hair do what it does and put a curling iron to like literally 2 pieces in the... I did post the list, Maria. Good morning. Good morning. Wow. All right. So, I am going to start this list, and then we'll redo the list for anyone who didn't get on. I'm going to stay as late as I can. And we're getting closer to 400, so we can get to 500, and I can have a community page, and then I can post polls for you guys to tell me. Also, we're going to start something on my Linktree where people can donate however they feel comfortable with, so that we can get like full private appointments for people who are in crisis. Hello. We're on YouTube. We're on YouTube. So if you go over to the people who just joined me on Instagram, if you go over to YouTube, Suzzy Evolutionary on YouTube, I'm actually taking free card pulls. There's a little bit of a list right now, but I'm going to stay for a while. So, all right. So Valencia, what does my Neptune in Capricorn mean? Also, how does... So... I would want to see, so I'm not doing full on astrological consults right now. I usually save those for appointments. Do you know what degree your I could give you a general, like, what does Neptune in Capricorn mean? It's a very grounded Neptune. But your house is going to make a difference. But what's really, so just so we're all clear, the sign means something. The sign that you have a placement in means something. The house almost means a little bit more. But the aspect is where that's the devil in the details. So without knowing your entire chart, to know how your Neptune may be, you know, trining your Jupiter, and then that's a completely different answer than just a general what does. It's like having ingredients like vanilla, good, you know, whipped cream, good, ricotta cheese, good, or tiramisu, espresso, fantastic, you know, cinnamon, ladyfingers, you know, mascarpone cheese. Like, these are all great, but together, you know, in the right portions, that's when we have the most incredible tiramisu. I can give you really generalizations without seeing the rest of your chart. It's also Gemini Venus. Gemini is about self-worth. It's about what you attract in and how you attract in and what you're attracted to. But it's also what you put value on and how you present. Like, there's some, you know, there's some Venus signs that attract in. I'm going to say that you're probably going to attract in intelligent people. And I would think you yourself handle conversation pretty well. But love and friendships, like the forecast for what that might mean for you, would depend on your progress chart. It would depend on your transits. It would depend on all the other things in your chart. I would also be happy to answer, like, if you want me to just do like what's coming up for you. Venus goes into Gemini. I want to say like the first week of Connie Jo just did the transits last Tuesday. We go into Venus and Gemini, and I always joke when Venus goes into Gemini, like, you know, now it's your time to shine, because everyone will be thinking their feelings, not just you. Sometimes Venus and Gemini wants to think their feelings, but they're also going to attract people who can turn a phrase really well, people with intelligence, which is really beautiful. Yeah, I'll probably be dead tonight. I don't know. We'll see. I have an appointment later, and I have at least 3. If I'm going to try to do as many as I can. If I caught up by the end of today, I will have done this plus 6 signs and the appointments that I have and other stuff. I also have to edit a video. Good morning, Eloise. Right. Neptune is like unconditional love, but like but Neptune is also fog. Neptune. See, that's why I don't really want to give you a one quick answer. I'd almost rather look into Neptune and Capricorn is going to be like almost the most grounded of all the placements, and all the placements that of the signs that Neptune could be in. I mean, it depends on the house. It depends on all the other aspects. That for me to give you a really thorough answer. Yeah, I'm a trauma-informed astrologer. Was also a metaphysical practitioner, Reiki 2 practitioner. So Valencia, I'm looking for, does that sound good? Should we just look and see what, okay. Let's look here and here. Rishethany, if you want to join us on YouTube, you can. I don't even know. Can I write something on my... It's too late now. Hi, Ro. Yeah, if you guys wander in and out, you are on the list. The list, if you look for my name, the list is up there. Okay. I have new love for you, Valencia. I want to kind of pull an Into the Woods on. For you. Good morning, Mo. I guess I have to get my ass up earlier in the morning because there's a lot of people, and it's really refreshing because there's a lot of people who I know cannot be on it 1 o'clock in the morning. If I would have made my life easier, I would have just started with Taurus and then done. Yeah, I have soulmate, new love, and these cards aren't always super positive. Let's see what else, Valencia. Gemini Venus should actually work kind of well with an Aquarius. Again, it's going to depend on, their other placements. Astrology is not it's Goodwill Hunting math. It's not, I think Merida's going to do another live soon. I know sometimes she takes super chats to get the questions answered, but or I have 15-minute appointments. But if you really want to look, yeah. So so we'll talk about trauma bonds in a second. I have the 8 of Cups and the 5 of Swords. Valencia, walking away from it's not just walking away from people who are draining you, because, we already talked about trauma bonding. You said it in your comment, but also walking away from, sure, Mo, no worries. Walking away from people that make you hear the harmful voices in your head. We all have an inner critic. We all have an inner dialogue that runs. It's usually run by fear, old childhood environmental stuff that causes trauma bonding. The inner critic, the inner dialogue, the fear dialogue that we run in our head, is usually, is usually gassed up, egged on, by also the earlier voices of people that criticized us, and often contributed to that trauma. People who didn't try to hear us, the I told you so people. There's a big need for you to let go of your inner critic that has been fed quite a few times, quite a bit, by all of those voices, the I told you so voices. When you let that go, things are going to open up a lot for you. A lot. But I see somebody beautiful coming in. I just, you might, here's the thing. When you have Gemini Venus, you're going to attract people with curiosity. You're going to attract people with duality. They're going to be they're going to have layers. And they're going to know how to turn a phrase. So it's really important to, when I look at synastry, yes, I look at all the other stuff, the trines between the Chiron and the moon and the Venus. And, but one of the first things I go running and looking for is, where's everybody's Chiron? Where's Saturn? What was the relationship with mom? What was the relationship with dad? And then where's Mercury and a couple of other things that I know is how people are going to express their wounds. I look at Ceres. I look at Black Lilith. I use the asteroids quite a bit because what it's going to do is paint a picture of whether this other person in you can trauma bond and create gorgeous space for each other. In a safety and a loving and a good environment, not a perfect environment, but a really good, healthy environment for each individual to really get healthy. And then you could, those that can be understanding each other's wounds or having similar wounds or just, and then you can trauma bond and enable the shit out of each other. And es no bueno. So it's not that, trauma bonding sometimes brings us a person where we feel like in silence we are understood. And that is beautiful. But trauma bonding also brings us people that aren't okay when we grow. We're all going to be hard pressed to find somebody without their bumps and bruises, but it's about whether those bumps and bruises create a healthy environment or trigger the most unhealthy parts of us. But it's walking away from the inner critic. Okay, so let's go back to my list and we're gonna do this because the comments are already so far. And then we had Shauna, and I know I'm like leaving off spelling and capitals and all that. Good morning. Welcome, new subscriber. Hi, Erica. Who else did I miss? Because I really concentrate on the person I'm reading for. Good morning, Alexa. Okay. Raven Eyes. If you are still here, post your question. And also, Maya, I see that you are still here. Sure, I'm going to get through this list because this list is quite extensive and my readings aren't like 2 seconds. And then I would love to. If not, I am going to screenshot your name right now so that I remember you for the next time. I have some people that for whatever timing always kind of get on the end of the list and can't stay. And so when I see them come back, I tell everybody I'm going to let them cut the list. And if people get mad, they get mad. But I try to be fair to everybody. Feel stuck at the moment. I don't know if I guess my question is, okay. Raven Eyes. Yeah, no, Valencia, it's just letting go of the voices, Shame has no purpose other than to hold us back. And judgment is terrible. Hi, Stacy. Good morning. Judgment is also terrible. It's a bedfellow of shame, and approval is just judgment with lipstick on. So it's whatever was pounded into you in your early environment, and however you feel bad, guilty, foolish from prior experiences with people. There's just a dialogue that just needs to be loved and sent away. It's like when we have bad energy and I'm helping somebody clear energy. When I send energy back, I send it back to sender, and sometimes I send it with love because I want to heal it. I don't want it to boomerang back at me. So sometimes the the words that hurt us the most is our own inner dialogue, and we have to kind of like a hug and roll like friends. We kind of have to send it away with love, but definitely send it away. If you are new in Instagram, I'm only answering questions on YouTube because we have quite a list going, and I'm not going to try to read to you, but I just wanted to, like, I figured it would be fun to try to do both at one time. Yeah, your inner critic is almost never right. That's just one of those dark passenger things. Hopefully we'll catch each other on more lives. Anything that makes you feel bad, shameful, foolish is not an inner guidance. That's the inner critic that's still being directed by all of those unuseful emotions that we kind of were told we should feel about ourselves. Okay. Raven, anyone that's new at YouTube, we're working off a list, and I will go back. And I will get as many people as I possibly can, but I do these quite often. Let's take an Into the Lonely Woods card for you, Raven. Doing this without a moderator. Because I thought like 4 people would show up. Here we go. Okay. The Return of the Lost Selves. Where's my book for this? So this is the part where this almost feels like inner child work, where I'm going to read to you. And I'm going to venture to say, for everyone in the chat, there'll be something for everyone in here, because that's how this usually all works. Okay. I'm trying to do this so that both cameras get the card. I see what's going on. Instagram is like instantaneous, and there is a huge delay with YouTube. All right. The Return of the Lost Selves. When we are alone, when we can be most true and real. And this is for you, Raven Eyes. We live without artifice or the need to please or be pleased. Finally free, we can simply be. Do not make of this liberty a burden. In other words, the time that you're spending alone, if you're thinking about that alone time, that isolation, the time when we're out of relationships as a have to instead of a get to, that's when we make the liberty a burden. Call back to yourself and the wandering parts of your mind and your soul that departed when they knew others could not understand them. This is also true. This is useful for Valencia's reading. When you feel not heard, when you're around people, right? We sometimes move and grow through groups of people. When that wound is healed, it's not as necessary, right, to keep those people around us. And sometimes we have the epiphany that we don't need those people's approval anymore, right? Approval is judgment with lipstick on. So this is about understanding that if there's little pockets of loneliness in between growing out of our comfort crowds, like, that's okay. That's okay, and it's normal, and it doesn't mean there's anything, you shouldn't be looking at something to name that's wrong with you. Sometimes it's just because you had growth. You are not one self, but many selves. When you have this time of seeming aloneness, truly the companionship is of the many selves, the forgotten experiences, the things that you never gave to yourself time to wonder about. You will be unified by the spontaneous time alone. Listen, sometimes we get really distracted in our relationships with other people. We get really distracted in friendships and helping other people. I had one of my favorite people say to me one time, well, you help a lot of people, or you concern yourself with making sure this one's okay or that one's okay, so you can avoid the things that you need to look at, the things that you haven't been letting go, the ways that you self-sabotage. And that was a big, like, ow moment for me. But it's a human construct. It's a thing a lot of us do. Now I have learned when you don't see me for 2 or 3 days, I'm taking a self-care day so that I can do this for all the right reasons, and it's not a distraction from what I'm supposed to be, when I have to call myself out, when I have to have accountability, when I have to have growth, or just rest. And that's really important. There's a big sense of, that makes so much sense. I'm glad. There's a big sense of trying to put a name on why, like, it's your fault that things haven't been lining up. For a lot of us, it's attachment. And I would love to do a whole live on attachment one day. We're going to read cards today. But a lot of times it's attachment. That was for Raven Eyes. You'll know if it's for you because I'll make sure. Okay. Maya. Please let you know if your guides are hearing you. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to skimp you on your reading, but your guides are always there. I just did my own healing session with Kat and Boots, and I did the dual session with Kat and Kate. And it was really great. They call themselves like spiritual hackers, and kind of just like Connie, Joe, and I, like, I can feel and know and smell, and Connie Joe can see and hear, and in different ways. So the combination of the two of them is really, really interesting. And if you're not following Kat Boots on TikTok, I highly recommend her. And Kate, and I don't know if she's Captain Kate, but if you find Kat, you'll find Kat and Boots is easy, and it's Kat with a K, and then you'll find Kate. Follow them both. But one of the things we talked about was that, our guides are always around us, and there's a team. You don't really want to call them down. You want to let them, they can do you more good where they're at. One of the ways, and then here, this works for everybody. One of the things that I like to do with my guides, there's a couple, but like when you're getting the ringing in the ears, I like to ask my guides to, like, if it's something I have to pay, like, stop what I'm doing and pay attention. There's something else going on that for my safety, or something that just needs my attention, that should be my right ear. When I'm in a conversation with somebody, and something's been hit that's vitally important, or the thought that they might be saying different words and I'm hearing something. I'm hearing them mask something, usually pain, whatever. I'll get a ringing in my left ear. You can ask for your left hand to tingle. You can ask for your right hand to tingle. I will definitely pull a card to see if they want to share anything with you. I don't read for myself. I have other people read for me. So there's nothing wrong with you. If you feel like you aren't always sure of the messages, but definitely like play those games and give them specific jobs. Tell them, say, whichever guide does this, can you please do it for me and thank you. And Kat has a lot on that kind of stuff. She's fantastic. Throw those there. Let's pull a message. Let's do these. Actually, no, let's do these. So we're going to do the Rebecca Campbell light. If you just joined on Instagram, we are doing card pulls on YouTube. I am not really going to be, full disclosure, I'm not really going to be reading comments. YouTube is hard enough to keep up with right now, so I'm not going to be really reading comments on Instagram, but you can either watch or you can join us on YouTube. This is really interesting. So I don't know if there's something that you're considering, but this says no, wait, postpone, pause, say no. So if there's something you might feel pressured about, Maya, or you're wondering, did you all hear that? That's the birds on my front porch. My office is in the front of the house. Yes. Well, I'm not really running 2 lives. I just have my Instagram on. So it's capturing my YouTube live. Yeah, okay. So I pulled then from the Starseed deck, which is a different Rebecca Campbell, because I wanted to know why is the pause? Because this feels like hangman energy. Okay, great. So this feels like hangman energy, this no card. Like, in other words, why are you being asked to pause? So I asked that, and I got star bathing, light body crystal grid. It's transmission, it's activation. If there's something coming up that you're not sure whether to say yes or no to, it's because I'm getting the 6 weeks. In about 6 weeks, you're going to feel different, and you have stuff coming. Like, you're honestly, that Sagittarius full moon, I might do a full moon special on the channel, on my channel, but the Sagittarius full moon is going to be about letting go of things that keep you from believing in yourself. The next 6 weeks for you is going to be very transformational. And actually, I think you're going to have some activation of your gifts. And then you're going to see and feel things differently. I'm a tremendously different person than I was a couple of years back. But that just keeps going. Yeah. Okay. So this full moon in Sagittarius, everyone, has beautiful opportunities for you to let go of anything that doesn't allow you to believe in yourself, because Sagittarius is about your belief systems, and it's ruled by Jupiter, which is optimism, and so to be optimistic and really be about those belief systems, with Saturn in retrograde at the same time and Pluto in retrograde, it's an opportunity to let go of anything that doesn't help you believe in yourself. Maria, there's a list. So if you look for my name, you can see the list. So we have I'm going to make a new list. I'm not going to add to this one yet because this is... Okay. And I did see the question from Schlock up here. I'll find you. Oh my goodness. There's been a lot of... Schlock, I may need you to just repost your question. I'm doing my best to find you. Here we go. Okay, what are so-and-so's true feelings for you? I'm not going to say the name out loud because just... And where is your connection going? Okay. Perfect. Did I say watch Puss in Boots? No, I said Cat in Boots. It's Katn. Boots on... It's... I think it's an S. It might be a Z, but she's on TikTok. I love Purnima, who's Lords of Karma work. I love Cat in Boots. So I'm doing Schlock's question right now. Your person's getting over a broken heart. Yeah. Schlock, are you still in the room? Just give me a hey. I posted the list a couple of times, so if you guys just want to, I'm on Schlock now. It's hard to channel and connect with somebody and be typing. So if anybody else, once I start a reading, wants to type it in, then that would be lovely. Yeah. This is really interesting. I just want to know if Schlock is still in the room. I know there's a huge delay on YouTube. Instagram is actually pretty quick. And if anybody on Instagram wants a question, then just hop on over to YouTube. You're so welcome, Maya. Boop-a-doo. Just looking for Schlock because I pulled her cards or his cards. Did I spell your name wrong? I did. Okay, so that's where we are. I'm just going to say what I have. Schlock, I have your person getting over an old relationship, even if it's really old. I'm just being honest. If they're telling you, hi, Betty, I will absolutely add you to the list. Even if they're telling you that they're over this person, thank you, Ro. Even if they're telling you that they're over this person, they're still holding on to, I don't know if they're holding on to them, but they're holding on to the heartbreak. This may be something where they won't talk about that person to you because they don't want to make you feel like they still have like feelings in that way for them. But some part has not been healed, and they probably stepped into something with you before that was healed and ready, because it's not that they want to go back to this person. Sometimes you'll see an ex go back or start to have open conversation with somebody that you heard them complain about and be pissed off about for hours, right? Like, you were not worried about that person because they hate them at this point, or they seem like they hate them. Sometimes when you see that person revisit that connection in any way, it's because they left a part of themselves. An unhealed part of themselves is still within that connection. And that's really hard. It's hard for everyone involved. That's what I'm seeing a little bit here. I have 3 swords in reverse and the 4 of pentacles, which is holding on its attachment. But then I have the 5 of pentacles in reverse, which means if you were ghosted, that may end soon. You may be back in contact soon. The only thing I'm going to say is watch out, because I have temperance in reverse, which means they could be self-medicating, or they're kind of not in that kind of aligned balance yet. I see some misunderstandings here, but I think that ghosting could be over soon. So if Schlock hops back in, and I get it, like, this might be in the middle of the day, somebody could be at work. If they hop back in, just let them know. It'll be there. Ro, what's your question? You're so sweet. Thank you for helping and reposting. What's your question, babe? Hello. I will absolutely get to you. I hate butchering anyone's name. It's funny because it's Yudkar Shama. I think I'm probably saying that wrong. I'm sorry. But there's a list. So don't bother posting your question yet. Okay, Robbie. That's so hard. Have you had the astrology done to see if, like, the twin flame aspects are there? I'm going to say this to the whole room. You're far more likely to confuse a twin flame with a karmic than you are to confuse a twin flame with a soulmate. That's just the truth of it. Twin flames are kind of overly romanticized, but have undeniable connection. Yeah. I want you to pick Robbie for me. I have 2 cards, and they're very clearly for each person. We're going to pull one of these too. I want you to just say I want you to assign your old person left or right. So you can also have that with a karmic. Your twin flame should also bring you lots of growth. It's just harder to be in union. But a lot of times people think they have a twin flame. What they have is karmic. And it's not like karmics are awful bad people all the time. And the devil doesn't come unattractive. It's just that they're usually there to teach us a big lesson and push us through growth that we otherwise wouldn't have been pushed through. Okay. Wow. Okay. You said old left. Your old person, I have the Chariot for, and it says finances and career, financial issues are a factor in your love life right now. Unrequited love. There's not enough attraction or chemistry to keep this relationship going. And I had the 9 of Pentacles in reverse, which means the new person, even though you feel a pull to them, it might be somebody where you put in work and you can't reap your rewards. And it says unrequited. That's a very clear answer. These were not ambiguous. So right now I'm keeping the list where it is because at this rate I will be on as long as I can, but I'm pretty confident we're into like 11 a.m. my time, which is another hour and a half worth of readings. But I'm happy to stay on till about 11:30. So we'll see who we get. We'll see who we get done. Yeah. That was very clear, Robbie. Okay, so now we have April. Did you have a question, hon? I know I just answered a question for you. And spiritually, are you still here? Maria, are you still here? Karsh, I would love to get to you. I have a list that I have to honor. So I'm happy to add you, but I can't answer it now because there are other people waiting. Thanks, Stacy. So also spiritually and Maria, if you could just repost your questions. If I ask if you're here, if you could just repost your question, because then I'm not looking for it because our chat has picked up some speed. I want to take these out. All right, let me get April, who was next, a message from her guide while the other two are posting your questions. Maria, if you want to post your question, and spiritually, if you want to post your question. I appreciate it, Stacy. Time to go is your... I don't even know if we have to read that one, April. But we will. We'll just see if there's a little surprise more than we would grab from that. So you just want to know your pot. Have you done the, I'm just wondering if you've done looked at the astrological, the synastry. I'll pull cards for that though. Hi Maria, just post your question for me and then you'll be after spiritually. April, time to go, and endings, completions, walking away from something because there is nothing else to learn from that experience. I think we Colleen, you're so sweet. I think we both know who that is about, April. I think we both know who that's about. And I concur. There's nothing left except for you caretaking when you should be taking care of yourself. I think that's how you end a lot of cycles. But I will talk to you later tonight. April has an appointment with me. Okay, Hilliard. Time frame, I'd be able to tell you better in an astrological reading, but I can pull cards. I can pull timing cards for you too. I just don't think it's as reliable. I'm a very honest person. I don't think it's as reliable to pull timing cards with tarot as it is. It's not, tarot cards aren't usually, they confirm each other, and you can do timing, but it's not going to be as reliable. All right, spiritually, I have past, present, and future. Can we get just a timing? You know, Alan, I don't know what your comment is referring to, yet it's still amusing. I don't know if there's some like spelling errors that make it funny. Nope, no worries. Wow. Okay, there we go. Finally. Okay. Someone has to have an epiphany for this to reconnect spiritually for you and the person. I don't really like saying people's person's names out loud because this is going to stay up for a while. So for everyone's anonymity, let's get hello. You can get on the list. I go live 12 times a week and I do live card pulls at the end of Sag, Cap, Aquarius, and Pisces. So, if I don't get to you this one, then I will get to you, then I will screenshot anyone I don't get to. I'm going to take a screenshot of that list so you can jump the list the next time. Sorry, I'm looking for my pendulum because it gave me a maybe card, which I know you don't want to hear. Hi everyone. Yeah, I'll make a list, and anyone I can't get to, then like the next time we all get together, then I will add. Can you just tell me if spiritually is going to hear from their person? Okay, so what my pendulum did was it bounced a little bit. My relationship with my guides is that if my pendulum bounces a little bit, then that means it may not be right away. There may be a little pause, but there is a yes. For timing, let's for timing, I did get the jumping up and down, which means it's not going to be right away. There might be a little pause. But I'm getting that this is going to come after the next set of eclipses, which is going to be after Scorpio season. But yes. Also, Ace of Swords is about epiphany. Somebody is going to need to have an epiphany, and sometimes that's what eclipses do. Slow and steady. I know it's frustrating to be in separation. It's frustrating to be out of contact with somebody that you care about. But to have it come back together to fall apart is also that's not great. So this feels better, but it just might be a while, because there needs to be some kind of, you cannot affect another person's free will. You cannot speed up their journey. You cannot, you can create an environment where it's safe for them to heal. But if somebody has like anxiety or their brain does not feel, when it's Scorpio season, it's when Scorpio season is over is when I feel that's what the timing is. It ends the middle of November. The last day of Scorpio is November 20th or 21st. So, but again, if you ever want to like book a 15-minute reading, even, or well, not a 15-minute because that's tarot only, but if you even want to book like a half an hour phone reading, my link tree is in my Instagram, and it's my booking bio is in my liner notes or somewhere on my page. But then we can look at the synastry and get like a more narrowed down. Maria, I saw your question. Okay, we're on Maria. Will so-and-so contact you soon? Okay. Let's just ask the pendulum, and then I will get a card for you. What I really feel for you, Maria, is I'm going to ask the pendulum, yes or no. Hi, Tisha. I'm going to ask the pendulum, yes or no. And then what I want to do is I feel called to take a healing card for you and a healing card for them to see what has to be like moved through, so that, because like sometimes it's contact, but is it a contact that reunites people in a healthier version of that exchange, that dichotomy? I mean, anybody wants timing of when somebody will contact, I'll do it for you, but there's so much more to that to give it legs in a healthy way. Let's see. Will there be contact? Will there be... It's literally going no, yes, no, yes. It ended with yes. It's just gonna, hi. It's just gonna, I don't want you to get crumbs from somebody. You deserve more than that. Trying to figure out which deck I want to pull for you. I feel like they have something big that they're dealing with. So there's a list. Is it Shivi? I'm probably saying that wrong. There's a list. So if you're posting your question now, like, if you get on the list, then I'm just going to ask you to repost it later. Let's see what they have to. Yeah, okay, so there's something, I feel something that's been shoved down for a long time that can no longer be shoved away anymore. And it's, oh my. Let's take a shadow card for that. The list isn't closed. The list is not closed. Everybody's going to take a different amount of time, and I'm spirit led. So I will do as many as I can. I'm just not stopping every 2 minutes to update the list. But I will get there. The Sovereign. Hold on. Let's read what this says. Right. You can only do your end though, right? Maria, so like we can't control another person's free will. So let's figure out what needs to be moved. There we go. I'm feeling headspace. This is where, so Neptune is going retrograde on June 28th. When that happens, a lot of fog will be lifted. People will be able to see clearer. That's going to open up a lot of connections. I want to read the card that I pulled for you. Holy crap in a basket. Hold on, people. Tiny, tiny writing. Okay. The Sovereign card invites us to activate leader. Wrong glasses. Those are my blue blockers. Hold on, these are my reading glasses. The Sovereign card invites us to activate the leader, visionary, enthusiastic within us. Enthusiast within us. It is time to welcome in passion and fire while creating structure that allows you to nurture. Maria, you know. Here's the thing. There's the difference. Let's talk about waiting energy. Holding space for somebody, not wanting to settle for anyone else, those are all beautiful. Waiting energy itself, what that does to you and your vibe. If somebody else is going through something, I almost don't want to like put the card up publicly, the card that I got for what they're going through. I felt something heavy and something shoved down. There may have been some abuse years and years ago that is something triggered it or something, and they're dealing with that. When somebody takes a step back and they are trying to readjust and refine their footing in their new discovery, when it's in the more painful part of healing, in the beginning parts, yeah. That you can hold space for them to heal, but if you're waiting, they're going to feel that pressure. I feel like there's been an internal tower moment, and that they are changing because they don't have a choice. Something's being put in front of them that they tried not to see for a while. the sovereign, I don't know if you could see the crown there. That is asking you to like build your stability, like build your, the sovereign understands that everything that's needed is within themselves. Like, the sovereign understands that is, they are their own sanctuary. So like build your sanctuary. Waiting energy is really tough, because if you are truly connected to a person, whether you're verbally overtly putting pressure on them, your waiting energy can feel like pressure, and they can feel like they're disappointing you by not being ready yet. I don't know that this I don't know that this doesn't, I think there's opportunity for it to come back together. I think there's opportunity for it to come back together, but they have some road in front of them before it can come back together and stay together. So then what you do with that time is going to be important for you. And the more stable and the less you feel like you need, that they're going to add to the happy that you've already built to yourself, is going to make it a better connection for both of you. Yeah, you can drive yourself crazy trying to figure out why there's everything private, but they're really going through something. And the more you spend energy like looking for that, that can be felt whether it's known or not. And I just don't think that's healthy for either of you. It's not a completely closed door. It's just not a healthy door to walk through right now. Okay. Ms. Pisces, are you still in the room? I'm happy to do free card pulls. My rules are that everyone just needs to be considerate to others when they're being read, that they don't bomb the comments, and that they're patient, because I try to be thorough. I am updating the list while I wait for Miss Pisces, Hillywood, and Jupiter, and Shauna. If any of you have a question, go ahead and post it. Stacy, did you want a question? Miss Pisces, go ahead and well, Alien, I adore you. I don't agree with what you just said to Maria. I don't feel that. It's just not. You know, chemistry is much easier than timing is. All right, now I'm going back up to look at who came in. There was a couple. There was... Everybody be patient with me. Okay, there's Betty, and then there was a... I can't type that out because that's not... Those are other... I don't know if that says Emma or Elmira. It's not... I can try to type it out. It's not like tagging anyone. If you could give me a nickname, the Blue E, I would have no idea how to say that, and I would probably massacre a very beautiful name. Give me 1 second, Miss Pisces. I'll be right there. I'm trying to do. Okay. Did I skip anybody? Tisha, did you want... I'm just going to put you down here and then you can choose to not. If I'm spelling wrong, I'm spelling wrong, but I'm sure you'll know who you are. I'm putting both names for Aqua Pisces because I actually have a few. Hi, Sunny. Hi, Tanya. You didn't miss anything. We're still going, babe. Okay, there's another big list. You didn't miss anything. We're all just hanging out. Okay. I'm just pulling cards. I did not expect it. Evidently, I have to go live more during the day. Had my book out for timing. All right, so... do I see... I'm feeling drawn to these cards today. Let's give them like a 3 shuffles. I sure will, Jupiter. Oh, Raven Eyes, good night. Thank you for joining us. It's midnight in Australia. Wow. Thank you, thank you. Sending you love. I appreciate you. You're welcome. Yes, Colleen. I'm so sorry. I misread your other comment. I thought you were saying that you didn't want a card, but I'm more than happy to put you in there. Because you were on the original list. If this comes back, Miss Pisces, I don't know that it's going to come back. I think there's a missing of friendship. Hold on. Let me get these guys out because God knows. Where's everybody else from? I know that Raven Eyes was in Australia. I know that Annika in the beginning was from Sweden, and I know Alien is in England. Where's everybody else from? That's too many. All right, I want... It feels like they may be coming out of a hermit mode. Hi, Dana. You're so sweet. You're more than welcome to ask a question if you want. Connecticut, another Sweden. Midlothian, Virginia. Florida. Wow. I have a single friend in Florida, Jupiter. Wow. Aw, well, thank you, Dana, for coming by and sharing your immaculate vibes. Wow. I love it when you guys realize there's people. I mean, I know we live in a world where we can't be like, oh, you're 5 blocks away, but it does not want to clarify this for me, Miss Pisces. But India, wow. Australia, India, 2 in Sweden, England, Ohio, Illinois, Texas, New York. Hey, Madison, I just saw you dropping in. Madison and I are birthday twins. And Derek Jeter. Okay. Miss Pisces, was this when it started? Was this Israel? Wow. Hi, Anya. When this started, was it hot? There's no other way to say that. Was it hot? Was it like wow. It feels like it was spicy. So if this person kind of put themselves in self-exile, they might be coming out of that self-exile. But if this reconnects, if I'm being super honest, I'm seeing somebody that may have, when they popped in and out, may have been full of sexy words. And I feel like if they come back, there's caring for you as a person. But if they come back right now, I don't know that they're coming back in that same way. They could have something going on where they're just not feeling very sexy. But that I'm seeing them missing you, but I don't know that I'm seeing this coming back as like potential long-term romantic relationship. And if it doesn't come back like that, then that means that there's something better coming for you. That's for sure. Because it was very emotional. Emotional and hot. I'm not saying it wasn't. I mean, I have the 10 of Cups in reverse. So for me, that's somebody, it feels like something that really thought, like it was so hot and so much chemistry that it may have felt like this was somebody that it could have been a potential forever person. I'm seeing that something happened and they put themselves kind of in self-exile a little bit. If they got quiet with you, I don't think you're the only one they got quiet with. And I don't mean like they had multiple people. I just mean that like it feels like in general in their life they got quiet, even with friends and whatnot. So when this comes back, I can see that this person deeply cares for you. I don't know if they're in a place right now where anything romantic is what they're looking for. It feels like they're just coming back out of a hermit phase. But 10 of Cups shows me something that looks like at one time was passionate. Like it may have had potential to be the person. And I'm seeing that in reverse now. So I pulled another card to clarify it. And that's when I got the Knight of Swords. in reverse, which is how I knew that like this person had a gift for verbal panty dropping, as we say, or as I say. I don't know who we is. I don't think anybody says that but me, but I say that. But if it doesn't come back together like that, then I don't really see that, but it, you know, that means there's something coming for you that can give you all of it. Okay, where's the list I made? Here we go. Okay, so Hillywood, did you want to ask a question, babe? Will you get over? There's a list. Hi, there's a list. So, but we're going to try to get through this list right now because the new list is kind of long. Hillywood and Jupiter wanted, and Shauna and Betty. So, and Stacy, did you want, okay. Well, I can put you in a little before, Stacy, because you've been here. Right, your reading is done, but it's on here. So if you go onto YouTube and scroll back, you should be able to see it. General, okay. All right, so what I'm going to do for that is I'm taking these. Yep. I took out, there was 4 cards that came out. It was a pretty clear message, Lock. That's okay. Woo! Yeah, if you guys don't mind also, leave in the comments like where you're from and what time zones work well for you, because like now I know for Australia I kind of have to do that in the middle of the night because it's like midnight there. But also like what kind of pick a cards you want to see. This is really interesting. You have some major arcana here. Hillywood, there's something that you have more power over. And there's some kind of wisdom. Yeah, so if Betty is here, Colleen, post your question. There's some kind of wisdom here that I don't know that you have. Do you have clear cognizance? Do you have clear cognizance by any chance? Are you aware that you have it? I think you do have it. There's a situation Schlock, if you go back in the comments, I added you'll see the comment with your name on it, and then that should give you an idea of how far back it is. Yeah, okay. So I said there's like a wisdom or something you're supposed to share. Good morning, Mary. Yeah, okay. April, that's okay. They can find their name and go back. I'm not going to pretend like I'm going to timestamp like 40 messages. Hi, Eloise. Yeah, but share in the regular comments. Like leave me when this is done replaying, or go over to like the part where you like it. So you just have to shut off the live chat. If you could give it a like or share it, that's amazing. But also just like leave me a comment, the kind of pick a card readings you guys want to see, and like what your time zones are, so I know when I'm deciding to go live. I got share your voice. So here's the Hierophant. Hierophant is like spiritual hierarchy. Good morning. Right now we have a pretty long list. I would be happy to add you. And Colleen, I know that you're on that list. I'd be happy to add you if we get there. I said I would go like another hour and 15 minutes. Hierophant is like spiritual hierarchy, but it's also your own ascension. But this one is definitely speaking of wisdom. And that's, I said, there's something you have to offer. There's a decision that's going to come up, and it might feel like you have to pick one thing or another, but actually you're supposed to use your claircognizance, sharing your voice, coming out of the cave. Persecution expression. Hollywood, if you're somebody who was taught that your like input was not valuable, this is a time where you're supposed to understand where you actually have more value. It's weird. I just posted yesterday the thing about like people with scars. And anxiety, part of anxiety is that our thoughts being concentrated on the idea that, you know, how we failed. And there are pockets of peace and healing in putting our energy into looking how we survived it. And like, there's people who have a lot of bumps and bruises. You have a wisdom and an empathy that other people don't, and that other people need. And it's hard when you've spent time in your life being somebody who gathers the bumps and bruises, seeing yourself that way. You know what I mean? Like, you could have people in your family maybe that hide the bumps and bruises because like on the outside they got like, you know, the house, the car, the family that stays together, whatever, the good job, the bank account, right? That doesn't mean they don't have internal bumps and bruises. Some people wear their bumps and bruises on the outside, and deflection is the tool of people who don't want to look at their internal bumps and bruises. So you know, sometimes people are called like the family fuck up or this or that. And I'm not saying that you were, but I'm saying that people who often are made to feel like less than, or like their eyes are always on them because somehow they failed. Somehow there's a finger to point at them for something. Unsuccessful relationships, or struggling with recovery, or just struggling with, you know, trauma manifested behaviors. Those people sometimes take a really long time to see, or sometimes don't see how valuable they actually are to society and other people. It's just never going to be the people that you spent the most time around. Like, it's not going to be the same people that contributed. Exactly, like aliens saying the black sheep. The black sheep have sometimes the most value to add, but the people that decided you were black sheep are probably can't hear that value. So if you change your, yeah, you may need to change your environment a little bit. They're asking you to like shift your environment, but the expression that you may not easily lean into is probably always also about the people that told you your voice wasn't valuable, because who would want advice from you? Look at, you know, people who feel like they haven't led a model life don't feel like they can give advice. That makes sense, but they're wrong. When you have more bumps and bruises than other people, you have more wisdom and empathy also. You have more real life experience and empathy. And often kindness, if I'm truthful. That is valuable, no matter what anybody else tells you. Because the people who contributed to feeling less valuable are not going to, it's going to be a rare case where they're like, hey, we all should have treated you different, and you have a lot of valuable things to say. So if you only listen to that environment, And I mean, that's kind of probably helpful to everybody in the room. Sometimes I think that we should all thank the people asking the questions because it's usually for more than one person. Right? That's why everybody ends up here. Not everybody. There's only 27 people in the room. But I'm just saying, like, all 27 people are probably getting small things from other people's readings. Jupiter wanted... Wow, my list is already that buried again. Let's see. Okay, updated list. I know Stacy's in there somewhere. Okay, so Jupiter, you just want spirit led, and then Shauna, if you're still here, and Colleen, Betty, and Utkarsh. I'm probably saying that wrong. I'm sorry. If you guys want to put your questions in so this way they're not that far away. So far away. In one place anymore. Creativity and vastness and self-sabotage. The prison wave. Self-sabotage, poverty poverty-consciousness. So this is a very clear message for you, Jupiter. Whatever kind of like, so waiting energy, sadness, lack mentality, they are all the same vibration, if that makes any sense. They are all, that's the same, where you go like, oh, that's like, show me two clips that have the same vibe. Those things all kind of have the same vibe. Instagram's probably going to be ending soon. So if you guys want to keep hanging out, and I appreciate you, you probably want to have to go over to YouTube, because I think Instagram only goes for so long. I've already been on for 2 hours. Wow. But also my phone's going to die. So it's going to end soon one way or another. To pull yourself out of any kind of self-sabotaging mindset, creativity, and like also oh, we've been like making a list, Erica. I've been following the same list, so I will go, I can add you after I'll add you in there somewhere. And just so we're clear, and I don't mean this like at you, Erica, but I have to put somebody on the list. So just so nobody else gets the idea that they're going to put themselves, like rewrite it. The other people that have been rewriting the list have been rewriting the list. It's my list they're rewriting. Otherwise it'll get crazy. Bye, Sherry. There's some kind of hold up, Buttercup, because I want to see. I don't think you're a closed-minded person at all. Jupiter, I think that I don't know if it was I'm hearing to be a grown-up. There's some kind of thing that you walked away from because it felt like not like it wasn't contributing in a pragmatic, practical way for your growth, for your finances, for everything. But there's something creative that you're supposed to be doing and maybe even expanding. I'm just using my Kipper deck to just see if I can get more specificity. But yeah, so Instagram's ending soon, but if you guys want to come over to YouTube, it's the same channel, same name, same picture, same bat channel. Again, we have the mature male came out in return. Jupiter Jazz. I think, I'm glad it makes sense. I think there's somebody that you've had as like a mentor for a while, and I don't know so much that you've outgrown them. I just don't know that their advice or their counsel is serving you anymore. I think they are well-meaning, but I think that their advice is kind of antiquated for what's actually going to serve your higher self at this point. If you're taking your advice from somebody who's like a little older, a little wiser, and somebody that you have a strong connection, that happens, you know. Sometimes we catch up a little bit. Sometimes we just if somebody else isn't constantly, if their growth game isn't as strong as ours is, and sometimes hubris gets in the way. I don't know that this person is taking in enough new information to be of use to you as much as they were. It doesn't mean they don't still have wisdom for you to glean. It doesn't mean that they're not somebody you should kick, you know, I'm not saying kick them out of your life. I'm just saying take their advice. This person's advisement almost feels like, if you don't do this, you're wrong. That if you don't do their way, that you're wrong. And I think you're past that point. I think they mean really well. But they might be the thing. I'm seeing like a restriction on your creativity. Because I know it's not you. I know you're open-minded. I'm so sure of that. I don't really know you. But I am very sure you're not closed-minded. That's not what I'm feeling off of you. And so this person, maybe you know who I'm talking about. Okay. It's a strange reading, but it's coming through very clearly. And they're like putting a cap on there's something else that you could go into, and it's almost like I'm hearing somebody tell you like to stay in your lane. Okay. That's good. I like to be not wrong. One, because I'm giving guidance advice, so I would like to be right. I love hearing the feedback that that's accurate, it makes sense, blah, blah, blah. But also because I'm a Virgo rising with a Virgo South Node. So like, I have to allow myself to be wrong, but I love finding out I wasn't. That was my journey. That's part of my journey in this lifetime has been like allowing myself it's okay to be wrong. I just don't like, I like hearing that I wasn't, though. All right. Colleen, my love, how are you? What do I want for you? Ooh, I want one of these for you. Is Shauna still here? Shauna and Betty. Shauna and Betty. Is your South Node? Oh, so you're either my age, or you are 18 years younger, or you are 36 years younger, which you actually could be. But then you would be very young. I mean, not that young, but pretty young. So Annika, you were either 9 years older or younger, right? So that's how that all goes. Where you would be, what, 27 years difference. If you meditate and just do some order. All right, so we're the same. Oh, no, you're 18 years younger than me. I saw 88. I'm like, that's a number that's important to me. Yeah, because I graduated high school then. So you're 18 years younger than me. This is beautiful. Let's read your cards, Colleen. So every 9 years, it's the same axis, but they're in different positions. And every 18 years, it's the same exact axis. So if you have Virgo North Node, then you are 9 years younger or older. Oh, I'm about to be mad in a second because I had this book out the other night. What the heck? I was so excited because I couldn't find the book, and then I found it. Give me a second, Colleen. Free card pulls, people, so everybody's got to be patient. Bam, boom. No. Is this it? No, that's the... Yay, I found it. All right. And again, Instagram people, I love that you're hanging out. But my phone's going to die. So hop on over to YouTube if you want to. Jen, I can add you to the list. At this point, I cannot promise to get to everybody on the list because the list is long. I've already been going for over 2 hours. I look like me on Instagram. I do not look like me on YouTube. It's annoying. Finding your cards. Okay. So we have Colleen, the flower spirit. It's friendship, soul, tenderness, joy. This card shows tender and sensitive flower fairy. Let's not waste everybody's time. The soul of each plant. She listens with all of her heart to her friends, God, this is you, and provides a soothing caress when their edges get prickly. By enjoying life and keeping the playfulness in her heart, she is a source of inspiration and joy. Her childlike vision helps her see the good in all things, especially yourself. Thank you, Anya. And then we also got the House of Flowers. Your cards are freaking gorgeous. That's for the Instagram people, because evidently it's 2 different cameras. The House of Flowers, power of nature, joy of life, diversity, beauty. Out of this small white house on the top of the hill burst flowers full of life, rich in colors. It's like an explosion. The 2 ladies walking by look tiny in comparison to the giant falling leaves. The enormity of nature and the power of diversity, but even a single bloom in a vase can transform a space, each petal into the world itself, a wonder of creation. This card signals love for life. So there is a lot about, and I just want to get confirmation because I'm feeling stillness in some things while this is what you're supposed to be concentrating on, but I'm not sure that is wholly apparent to you. So let me just get... Colleen, does it feel like there's a pause in other things? Do you feel like... Okay. I just got the world in reverse. So this is kind of confirming what I'm feeling. So everything's being put on hold, and it feels like you might be worrying about that a little bit, and you shouldn't. You shouldn't worry about it. There's a pause here for a reason. Oh, the reading glasses give me a headache. I don't care so much what they look like. Oh. I like came on here with like my hair was still wet when I first started. Like I'm not really wearing a whole bunch of makeup. Yeah. So it feels like things have been on hold. And there seems to be worry about it. But there's a pause because the little things are at work right now to make a big difference. And like, I know it's hard, but like that like your beautiful energy where you can be, because you're funny. Colleen has had a session with me. It was a while back, but I've had the pleasure of having a Zoom appointment and getting to be in her presence and getting all the little nuances of her personality. And she's very funny and she can be very bubbly. Yes. Part of feeling better right now is to lean into, like, if there's a pause, use your most childlike, joyful qualities to lean into right now. Enjoy the pause, because it's a rest. When it turns back around, you're going to be a busy lady. Betty asked your question then. I'm glad you're here. Thank you, Kirsten. I'm going to go through the live chat and write down a list of anybody that I didn't get to. I'm just trying to get to, if I can get to 500 subs, then I can get a community page and I can do things like list people that, I didn't get to, so that we can like kind of start a live with a list so people can be prepared and ready. I'm happy to do that. So, but Betty, you can absolutely ask a question. Colleen, yeah, enjoy the rest, because once you're, I don't even know that it's physical, but everything is pausing right now for a good reason. Yeah. and then if what I just heard was in a few months, you're gonna be like, where's that pause? Can I just push the pause button again? Okay. So I guess Shauna is not here. Betty. Betty, babe, what's your question? And Stacy, put your question in too, because somehow you got off the list. Betty, Stacy, Erica, put your questions in. I think Shauna had to go. I've read Shauna a couple of times in my... Hi, Cosmic Dust. How are you? Okay. I'll get as much of this list done. That's perfect. I'm going to get as much of this list done as I can. And like I said, hopefully in the next couple of days, I might go on TikTok and do a live. Hopefully in the next couple of days, I'm hoping by next Friday, we'll get up to our 500 subs. Then I can have a community page and literally I can just like list who's due for a reading if I didn't get to you. Hi, Aries goddess. Betty, my love, where's your question, babe? I know there's a delay, so if I'm asking twice, it's just, I'm just reminding you. Please don't think that I'm... Wait. While we wait for Betty's cards. Yep, Erica, I was saying put your question up. While we wait, I'm just... The list isn't closed. It's just that sometimes people won't be here anymore, and then I'll skip them this time, and then I'm just waiting on Betty's question because she just said she was still here. I can't even imagine how far up or if I could even get to your original question, Betty. Okay, I'm going to answer Erica while we wait for Betty's question. Busy morning. Good morning, Wakia. Hello, beautiful. We have Aries goddess and beautiful Aries goddess. That's, oh, it's the same person. Okay. I was going to say, wow, that's amazing. Is Erica Okay, let me ask again. Gotcha, Betty. I got a weird answer from my pendulum, so... Yep, I see your question, Erica. Sorry. There's such a delay between... YouTube. There's such a delay on YouTube. It's funny, if anyone was on Instagram and moved over here, it looks like two different, like, it looks completely different on YouTube. I just want more clarity for your question, and it keeps not, even the cards are like, all right, is Erica's person coming back? Hi, anyone new on Instagram? We are doing questions on YouTube. Erica's person. Okay. I got a yes. Then I got like the no yes, no yes, no yes thing. Hi, feed your head. Oh, wait, what? Like, if you're on desktop, YouTube live stream, change the speed? I don't even know how to change the speed, but I will figure it out for next time. I'm using OBX. I don't know if that makes a difference. Stream settings. I don't have a speed setting. If I do, I don't know where it is. Thank you for that hack, though. I'm feeling myself start to feel 2.5 hours of this, though. Ah, okay. Yeah, the Instagram is instantaneous, but I'm pretty sure what we have right here is a yes question. Is a yes. Somewhere between now and like the 3rd week of September, Erica, is what I have, but I'm going to tell you. If you have to get to yourself to the place of course, obviously you could be grateful that it's back together. The whole rest of my day is scheduled, so when I'm done here today, I'm done here today, but I'll do this again. But it feels really important for this to come back. And have legs. Because when you ask me if someone's coming back, when you all ask me if someone's coming back, and are they coming back? Will I get contact? When will I get contact? Neither of those things tell me if that comes back to a healthy, long-lasting exchange. I personally don't believe in like prediction addiction. And I think that there's too much emphasis on like when they will come, just the coming back or that back in contact, instead of like what needs to happen so that when and if it comes back in contact, or when and if they come back, that it has legs, healthy legs. If this person might come in with a little ego, especially if they feel like you're waiting for them too much, Erica. They need to have their own epiphany. This has extremely good potential. But if they're able to like walk back in with a lot of hubris, I don't know if it's going to have the legs. I'm just being honest. I know like that might like half my listeners right now might be like, this is not the one for me, because y'all might like somebody that's going to tell you like they're going to come back at this time. But like coming back isn't the end all be all. I always refer to, because I'm a big nerd, I always refer it to that like the Sorcerer's Stone. The that first Harry Potter book where they talk about when somebody like drinks the unicorn blood to stay alive, it's like a half-life, a cursed life. That's the same thing as somebody making up a bullshit excuse to slide into your DMs just to start contact, whether that's us or whether that's them. And so when we just do anything so that there is contact, when we just worry about, we're so in waiting energy that we're almost feeling grateful for the contact to start again, that that's not always the best thing for the connection. That can give the connection a half-life. And, you know, just, and I probably just became wildly unpopular on social media for saying that, but that's how I honestly feel. Also, as like a trauma support informed astrologer, it's also my experience with clients and in life and with, you know. Betty. I'm on Betty. Yeah. I just think you have to make sure that there's like not some weird power dynamic when it does come back, because otherwise they might come back with like some hubris. Good morning. Is that my Little John friend? 369, doing good time. You're welcome, Erica. Betty, I have effort plus intention for you. And then Stacy, we're going to look at what the focus needs to be for today. Good morning. There's a list for everybody who's just joining us. There is a list. Betty, there's a group of people. I don't know if this is like a Facebook group or like good morning, Diana. There's it's so dumb, but I don't know, like, you know what they keep showing me is like, what is that dang game with the dice? And you need like, I want to say it's at least 16 people, if not 12, and you move around. There's a name for it. But like, there's some kind of like group, and it might be females, Betty, that have maybe invited you to join in their reindeer games, or like there may be people that you feel a little hesitant. There's some kind of group. It might be like a high school reunion group. But there's just some kind of group. And within that group, there's enough laughter and enough triggers, honestly, that would trigger some inner child work for you that opens up a ton of stuff. Hi, Sarah. Priyanshu? Am I saying that right? I hate murdering people's names. I don't think this looks like a support group. I just think this looks like a group with people that you're like, I don't know if I want to be bothered with all of that. I think it gives you like old neighborhood clique vibes, but it's not. And within it holds a lot of inner child, like a lot of healing for you specifically. There's a whole bunch of stuff. If you want to be put on the list, you can ask to be put on the list, and I will absolutely do my best to try to get to everyone today. Okay. Stacy, you wanted to just know what? I'm going to use my Night Goddess desk for you. I treated myself to like a breakfast where I'm usually pretty good about breakfast. Today's breakfast was a little higher carb, and every time I see myself turning my head on the YouTube camera, that's how I know. I get like bullfrog neck. I'm not looking for sympathy, and I don't need anybody to tell me you look great. It's just funny how quickly it shows up. All right, Stacy, for today, Four of Wands kept showing up. It didn't pop out, and then it ended up on the bottom. But I have the Six of Swords in reverse for you. There may be a situation you're supposed to leave and you're not. It may be time to change or move away from something, and you just haven't yet. Then we have the Magician and the Nine of Wands. Stacey, I'm glad I just read a comment where I said you part of the reason you love me is because I'm honest. There's a situation here where there's something you may not want to let go. Good morning, Samantha. There's a situation you may not want to let go of, like you're defending it. It might be a person that you're defending it. It might be a person that you're defending. Know what I mean, Jelly Bean? Like, it might be someone. It's almost like you think that you can like manifest this issue to go away so you don't have to walk away or leave the situation. It may be something, when I say leave the situation, I mean like not keep doing somebody else's emotional labor for them. It makes complete sense. Okay. You unfortunately cannot manifest this one away. I know that you want to like defend and help this person. But it's time for them to do that emotional labor on their own. And actually, I think there's a break in the whole situation when you do that. That was very clear. Is Urtkesh or whatever, what is the name? Madison, I don't know if you're still in the room, babe, but if you want, I can add you to the list. I didn't see you being asked to be added to the list, but I can add you to the list. Anybody else who wants to be added to the list, please just say, add me to the list now. And I hope you're following me on Instagram because I don't have a community page yet till I get to 500 subs. So that's where I'm going to have to post the leftover list, and so you guys know when I'll be on again if I don't get to you today. I have Utkarsh. All right. If you're here, post your question. Trippy, Farheen. Post your questions, please. I feel like I feel like I did another list that was, there we go. And somebody else asked about they were taking like their midterms or something. If you're still here, just let me know. I got your question. Okay. Do I have the questions for the other people that I asked for? I got your question, Jashawn, but I'm going to ask you until I get to you so what happens is when other people like spam the comments with their question until I'm ready, I'm not going to read your question because somebody else is before you and I can't read the other people. If you crush or you Karsh is not here. Trippy love. I know you posted. I need you to repost. Okay, how Aries thinks about me. Okay. Let's see. Let's get a card. I want my light seers for this. Where to go? Jashawn, I'm going to ask you to stop posting your question until I say your name. So that I can communicate with the people that I'm reading. Or the new people can come and tell me that they're in or if they want to be added to the list. I love doing free card pulls, but I just ask that everybody be respectful of the person being read, and it's a patience game. I didn't expect the room to get this full. I'm grateful. Wow. All right, I'm gonna need to clarify, Trippy, with thank you. I appreciate it. I'm happy to read your question, to get your question. Okay, is that about Trippy or another person? Is that about Trippy? Okay, is there another person? Okay. Hi, Janice. Trippy, dear soul, it appears that there may be some truth that's not being given to you. I think your Aries thinks you're hot, and I think they're hot for you. Hello from Portugal. There might be another person. Instagram just died. There might be another person who is in the situation that I don't know that they want to be tied to, but they feel tied to. So I feel like they really like you, but they may not. Hi, Neela. They really do like you. I think they think about you quite a bit, but if there's something I don't think that they want to share with you because there's another tie to another person that they don't feel like they can. It feels like you might be waiting for a while to get anything that's like the kind of communication, the kind of consistency that you deserve from this person. And I mean, they're showing up as the King of Wands, which is very Aries energy. But I also have the Moon. I have I don't know if they have a child with somebody, but there's some other connection that keeps them from giving 100% to anyone else. They may be inconsistent in offering you things that may feel like it has potential, and then they kind of like take it back a little bit, but keep the heat there. And I'm very sure that you have like this really sweet energy that feels good to them, but I'm not sure if they're not being a little bit of an energy vampire with you. Like they may be like like when they feel bad, they may through like osmosis try to like, it's ontology, they may try to like use you for your kindness, for your, I can feel your sweet energy. Like you feel to me like somebody I would be happier, like people are happier, you're like human Prozac. You're like a positive person. And so when they're not feeling good about themselves, I think that you're probably like a one-man hype band, if that makes any sense. And so, hi, Juan. So I think that maybe I would say maybe walking away wouldn't be the worst thing. I don't, because I have the Seven of Pentacles here, which is my card of just like waiting. It's not Eight of Pentacles where there's like, it's work, but for something that everybody gets something out of. It's the working and waiting card, which I don't love for you. I wish I had something better, but like what's meant for you won't miss you, and what misses you was not meant for you. You know? All right. Is Farine, Tisha, Yeshivi, Momo, Gina, any of those people? You're welcome. I'm sending you big hugs. Hello, Kashish. That one I feel like I said right. Anybody that I miss, anybody that wants to be added, because I have been going, I'm getting close to 3 hours now. Hi, Tisha, can you put your question? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Aries goddess. I'm more likely to like make a list. That's why I really want a community page, because then I could just like put the list up on the community page. But please follow me on Instagram if you're not already following me, because that's where I'm going to post the list of the people that I acknowledge I didn't get a chance to get to. Also, I'm on 3 hours and I'm starting to feel like a little drained. and I still have appointments, and I'll be live later doing Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn. And when I do Capricorn, which will probably be later tonight, I will also do free card pulls. So the other reason to follow me on Instagram is like I'll say when I'm going to be doing those. Okay, so let's ask. It's the same thing. I keep it real on TikTok, on Facebook, on here, on YouTube. Suzzy Evolutionary with the 2 Z's. So I'm going to add everybody that wants to be added to the list. It's just that I'm going to keep whatever portion of the list I don't get to today. Let's just pull a yes or no for Tanya. Kashish, I could put you on the list. Hopefully you just heard what Yeah, I'm not looking for super chats or donations or anything like that. I just want to expand the community, because this is also a really, for all of you that are new, this community is bomb. Like, there are people here who are so supportive. I've seen people really being in struggle, and other people donating so that they could get like a full-on appointment for me to do astrology and everything. So and D, I'm gonna start doing more of these mornings for my overseas people. Aw, thanks, Samantha. It may take me, and be patient, because it may take me a minute to go through all of these comments to make sure I don't miss anybody. But honestly, that's my personality. I will sit here and give 3 hours of my time and then still go through every single comment to make sure I don't miss anybody, post it, and try to get to everybody. So, but the community here, like the people that come to are amazing. And I'm actually in the process of trying to add a link to my link tree where people could donate so that other people in crisis could get appointments. All right. So I guess Yeshivi, Gina, Aqua Pisces, Sunny, Tanya. Tanya, I'll take your question. Hello, Maricela. Hi, D. If I don't say hi to you, I try to say hi to everybody. I appreciate everybody. If I don't say hi to you, it's because I didn't see it. It's probably at a time when the Kashish, I will absolutely add you. And if not now, then another time. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and do Tanya and then Tisha. There is a truth. I have the moon and awakening. Pretty sure that is. Yeah. You're not wrong, Tanya. You're not wrong, Tanya. This is for Tanya. You're not wrong. She's trying to get her sea legs. They just showed me Little Mermaid. She's trying to get her sea legs. I have Judgment here. Judgment is about letting past, present, and future exist in the same moment gracefully. It's about something coming back. So something might feel like it's biting her in the ass, like the way she handled something. And so she's being given the opportunity to now, and you know, Saturn just went retrograde 2 days ago. So when Saturn is in retrograde, it's like a re-examination of the rules and structures around us, and disciplinary, like self-discipline and other things. It feels like she may have an opportunity to rehandle something with a little bit more self-discipline, and she may not want to come completely clean with what that is, but she's having a moment where she has to figure out how she has to handle it again, because I think it's something that she kind of like attended to in a way so that it would just go away, and it wasn't enough. I'm not feeling something super ominous. I'm not feeling super ominous. Shivi, you can put your question in, because I was just taking the other people. Oh, thank you, Dee. And Tisha, okay. You know, go on TikTok too. There's a lot of people who have advice on how to get debt free and people who have worked for like credit bureaus and stuff that will give you really, really good, useful advice. Because sometimes, not all the time, I would actually trust somebody who's on TikTok as a debt consolidator than I would ever trust one of these like big companies, because the monthly programs, the longer that you stay in debt, the more money they make. Sometimes there are people on TikTok who are giving away tips, but also are like, they're doing both. You can hire them, or they're happy to like give away stuff. And I just felt the need to tell you that. Yeah, I think the more she feels, Tanya, like people are watching her make this mistake, because she tried to make it go away the first time around. The more likely, the less people she feels is watching her, the more likely that she will also handle it with grace. Okay. Tisha. Okay, so it looks like it bounced, and then it did no really quick, and then it did yes. It looks like there'll be like a break, and something else looks like might come in, and you'll feel like, oh my God, no, I was just getting close, and now we have this to deal with. I don't know if it's a repair. I'll let you know when it's your turn, Jashawn. I don't know. I don't know if it's a repair or something unexpected. I don't even think it's in your scope right now. But right after that hits, then yes, everything clears up. Like, that's going to be when the no goes, it's hard to explain. But when my no is like fast but not wide, it means a panic moment. So if you feel something coming, you're not wrong. Something might be like a car break-in or something. I don't know. There's just going to be something. I'm seeing water. It could be like, I just saw the side of a pool. I don't know that you have a pool, but I just saw water. It could be something. And then I think what's going to happen is that you're going to feel like, oh my God, this is going to add it might involve insurance, and then the insurance comes and like actually takes care of it, and then you might actually have more. Yeah, but just be careful of like the debt consolidators that do the month by month. Yeah. Okay. And then, did you repost your question, Yashvi? I'm not scrolling up too much to get questions at this point. So you definitely do have to repost your question. Okay, I'm adding Madison. I don't see that person that was asking about their, and I get it. People are busy. Janice. I swear I saw somebody else who came in. And again, if I don't get to you today on this one, I can get to you on Capricorn if you're still around, or like D. I will do another one in the morning, and I will start with the people that I will post about it with a lot more warning, and I will start with the list of the people I couldn't get to today. That's what's happening now. Yeah. I'm being shown where like there may be a policy that may come in, and actually you'll end up better off. Okay, and Tisha, everyone's saying Dave Ramsey. I don't know who that is. But there are a lot of people who will give away really good, and the information that will actually help with like the garbage system we have about debt and credit bureaus and all of that. Thank you, Madison, for... And Wakia, if you want to be put on the list. Maricela, my lord. There was another person. Hi, Kendra. I'm just re-updating the list now. The list is long. Hopefully everybody's hearing me say the same thing. And if you know, I swear there was another person that came in. Everybody give me a second, because I try to be fair to everyone. Sarah. That was it. Oh, and Kashish, she... Okay. Lord, okay. And Samantha. Faurine, I read your name, but I need a question. To have Momo, Gina, Aqua Pisces, Sunny, Tanya I already did, Anya, Jen K. If any of those people are there, I actually already said your name, Faurine, if you just want to post your question. I'm just going to start Madison's reading while those people post questions. So look for my name in the comments. And if your name is one of the next 4 names, then please post your question. Madison, I'm going to pull for you. Hi, Aqua. Great, thank you. That I can work with. It just may be another night. Okay. Okay, I got What Did We Lose, which is a new one. I have not read this. This is from Madison. Could whichever one of my guides sits in charge of when I get dizzy or when I get drained, I'm calling back all of my power. I'm releasing anyone's energy that is stuck to me, and whichever one of my guides is in charge of helping me with that. If you could assist, please, and thank you. And any negative energy, I'm sending back with love and calling back all of my power. Okay, Madison. I have not read this one yet. Within this time of in-between, you grow curious, thank you, that's better, about the parts of yourself that you had forgotten about until now. These are aspects of sacred self that were cast aside, rejected, abandoned along the way. Now you need to look into the well. The well is the memory, the reservoir of ancestors, the emotional world, which is where those parts of yourself and your soul still live. This is very Cancerian. It makes sense for you. I'm feeling attachment stuff that you're in process of getting rid of. Patiently waiting for you to find them. Gaze down the well, conjure up the lost selves, up they rise to rejoin you again. Give them space to share their wise stories for you. For nothing that belongs to you can ever truly be lost. It is only that for a time that you forget all of the blessings that you are. That's so important, Madison. It's not about the blessings that you have. Jashawn, you're killing me, dude. You gotta wait for me to call your name to post your question. It's not about the that you forget the blessings that you don't recognize. It's about the blessings that you are. But there's attachments that you're letting go that is letting deeper parts of you, like a lot of this life is like waking up to who our souls are, over souls and all of that. Memories of who we were, like the powers, the wisdom that our soul has acquired over lifetimes. Things that are ours that we kind of have to tap into. And you're just going through a big transition right now, babe, with like letting go of attachments that kept you from seeing deeper parts of that. And there is something with looking down family tree. And I think you're supposed to, I don't think it's mom. I think it's behind that. Where there's someone that is like you, was like you. I'm getting my full physical confirmation for you for that. Yeah. There's no quick questions. I have a list. I'm not going to get to everybody on the list. I'm happy to add everyone on the list, but I have been at it for 3 hours and 10 minutes. So I'm going to finish up like another 4 or 5 people, but I'm happy to add everyone to the list regardless. And then I'll do questions tonight for Capricorn, but I will also do another one of these lives, and I will start the live with anyone that I couldn't get to today. I just didn't expect it to be this busy, and I'm grateful for all of you. You can be, if Kashubu, if you weren't, you can get added to the list. When this is over, oh my God. When this is over, I am going to go through all of my comments, and I really will do this, but you have to just give me time. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing, Madison. You can't tell a Cancer not to give and nurture. Because then when we take other people's advice from their placement point, from their life experience point, there's a beauty in you being transparent. There's a beauty in you being, because that's the same thing as saying you're very authentic. You know, there's a big percentage of people who think it's better for everyone, especially females, to like, in playing the long game, we should not like, we should leave. I get the whole leave a little something to be discovered. I have lots of layers. I like to keep people on their toes. You're probably not going to learn every single little thing about me in the beginning, but for certain, I'm not hiding anything. I live authentically in the moment. Asking somebody who is a Cancer to not be a Cancer is not, albeit well-meaning, loving, protective advice, probably not realistic. Authenticity is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I just think that there are deep dives for yourself. You know, as tomorrow, everybody in this room will be a more healed, wise version of themselves than they were today, let alone what you're going to be like in a month. And then if you're deep diving to do growth, that's even more so. So I'm going to say that you have to be you, but also look into, it may be like, I'm seeing like a great aunt, or I don't know, but there's somebody too that like is a little bit more quiet, but didn't used to be. Like, they used to be a little louder. They used to be a little bit more Cancerian in their way of like, Cancerians are cardinal. Age may have, she may navigate a little bit more stealthy now, but there's somebody in your family that, yeah. I agree with that, Wakia. Sometimes people mean it well. Yeah. Telling a Cancer they gotta toughen up, and it's like, I have a crab shell. I know, and my pincers work just fine. Don't piss me off. But also don't ask me to pretend that I'm somebody I'm not. My whole life I used to hear like, you bitches get nicer men, or this or that, or you have to toughen up. You have to be a little bit more You know, you're never a bitch even when you should be. I think people would disagree. This I'm saying years ago. And I say, like, I don't want to be a bitch. Like, I want to like me too. So, like, I just don't think that I think we can create boundaries. Healthy boundaries doesn't make you a bitch, though. It doesn't make you toughen up. And transparency just makes you authentic as hell, which I'm personally a fan of. So let everybody else fit into your authenticity. Do not change your authenticity to please people that are wrong. Okay, so we had, then everybody heard me. Okay. Farheen, I hope I'm saying that correctly. Let's get a couple of cards for you. What are And then I have Aqua, Pisces, and Anya. Also this, hold on everyone. I'm still here, give me 1 second. I'm gonna turn off the other light because it's also at this point starting to. Huh. I'm still here, I'm still here. Okay, that's so much better. My eyeballs are starting to hurt. Hello. Oh wow, a whole bunch of new people. If anyone in the crowd loves me, and another great Susie quote. Thank you. Hi everyone. Hi Tiffany. If anyone who's been here a bit wants to put in the comments for everyone that just hopped in what's going on, that they'll get added to the list. I am at 3 hours and 15 minutes right now. And if I don't get to you today, I can get to you another day. Farheen. I had Two of Swords and the Knight of Swords. In other words, he hasn't made a decision yet. I feel like he will communicate soon. Should we pull one of those? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Is he somebody who would know to like block his energy? I almost feel him like shut down. Sometimes these are hard to do publicly because I'm feeling things that I don't. It says I'm focused on work. I just feel him shut down. I don't know that he's like emotionally feeling a whole lot. It feels like he's almost like taking a vacation from emotions. Yeah. Okay. Here's what I feel, Farheen. What I'm getting from the cards. Let me just pull one more thing. I don't pull one card and then go on. I like to be thorough. And can I get a card about how he feels, like how he sees her? He sees you as the Six of Wands. But this particular Six of Wands is about like arranging it to be successful. I think he knows that you'll do. I think he thinks you're a hard worker. I think he thinks that like you take pride in a lot of what surrounds the marriage. I just also think that he's shut down right now, but I do think you will get communication. I will also say that if he communicates to, thank you so much, Anya. If he communicates or feels like he has to communicate before he's ready, because he doesn't feel he's not ready to make a decision. The words might be a little possibly passive aggressive, or possibly not sitting fully in his own truth. If he still hasn't found his full truth, then the sooner he feels he has to make the communication, the less comfortable in his own truth he might be. But he sees you as the Six of Wands, which is somebody who like conquers things, somebody who puts a lot of effort into making things work, which is really nice. That's a compliment. Aqua Pisces. General guidance. Okay. It's crazy that my list is still that far up. Is Sunny still here? If not, then Anya, Jen K, Cosmic, and Aries Goddess are next. Hey honey, I'm actually on YouTube. Do you have an emergency?
Sorry.
No, you're okay. I'll be out soon, okay, my love? Okay. Okay, Sunny, so post a question and I'll be happy to answer it. If you don't see your name on the list when I'm done with the next couple of people, I will add you. You just have to be patient. I will scour every comment to make sure I don't miss anybody. Okay. I just wanted to clear energy for a minute. Aqua Pisces. It says you're not alone. That didn't take long though. Mars energy conflict. Something that's in conflict is, it says softening to love, but also it feels like somebody's not communicating with you. Aqua Pisces, it feels like somebody's pretending that they're more apathetic about a situation than they actually are. And there is mending. I'm telling y'all, this full moon in Sagittarius is going to be really, really great. That's going to happen. And then Neptune. Sagittarius moon is going to be an opportunity to let go of things that don't allow you to believe in yourself or see yourself at full value. And then Venus moves into Gemini, which means you'll be very organized about your emotional thoughts. You'll be able to put clarity into like your emotional thoughts. And then when that Neptune goes retrograde and that new moon in Cancer hits, your emotions will be without fog. They will be mindful emotions. And Saturn in retrograde, but Saturn in Aquarius in retrograde, especially for you, Aqua Pisces, things that felt oppressive, rules that seemed like they were holding you back will now be able to be bent. Aquarius is about innovations and rebellion. So there's a situation that's going to move. Like in a good way. Okay, good. Good, I'm so glad. Yeah. But like it's going to slowly soften up, where it says softening, conflict softening to love. That's because it may not completely soften until like the very end of June. But I'm telling you, that's for everybody in the room. June's going to be a shifting month for a lot of things. And when we leave June, we're going to have Saturn, Neptune, and Pluto in retrograde, which that's a good combination of things to be in retrograde, honestly. Okay. And then Anya. You still here, Anya, babe? Okay, general read, and then I'm going to Sunny. My phone died and then magically just popped back up. That's weird. Like it died dead. And I have not had it plugged in and it just woke up. Insmary, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Insmary? INS Mary, I don't know how to say that correctly. I know that you've been here a long time. And I remember when you came in, so I will take you after Sunny. Wow. Okay, so you got the Imagine card. I don't remember there being wax on that. Okay. Let me bring this up. Glasses on. It's time for you to what? Oh, to be done. Somebody was sending me some kind of stunk. Maybe because they couldn't get, I don't know. But I felt that, and that's when y'all saw me call my power back. So I feel a little better than I did 15 minutes ago. So one of my gifts is transmutation, so it's kind of interesting. So when somebody tries to send me stank energy, as soon as I recognize that that's not mine, that somebody is just putting on me, I can transmute it to regular energy. So if you've noticed a small perk up, that's why. Here we go. Anya, this is about turning imagination into manifestation, creative thought, visualization, the power of aligning imagery specifically. So one, this tells me that you're claircognizant, which means that like when I see things, they come in like movie scenes and little things. I appreciate that, Moanne, but right now I actually, when I was doing the calling back my power thing, I will appreciate any love in the room, but I pretty much put up my bubble. I appreciate it though. But I will take love. Hi, Amber. Oh, I didn't even see it. Honestly, I was so busy yesterday that I was in and out with clients and stuff, so I wasn't actually there I didn't even see it, Amber. Amber, my love, message me to my actual email anytime and don't ever apologize for it. I never saw it. I wasn't in the chat at all. I literally was in and out of that because I had clients all day. Okay, your vivid dreams, Anya, are actually prophetic. Let's get one. I just want a confirmation card. Sorry, I just want to know which one to take. I haven't used my unicorn cards all day. Bye, Hillywood. Thank you, Sunny. I did see your question, Sunny. I promise I will get there. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Though, Moanne. I just know that I just put up my "You shall not pass." Anya, what have you been waiting on? And do you have Virgo energy? Oh, did April leave? Bye, April. Oh, no, you're saying goodbye to... Okay. I know, April. You're such a mama. You're such a mama bear. And I love you, too. Anya, it feels like maybe there's something that you were like... When I say waiting on it, I mean like you're waiting to like launch something until it's perfect, or there's something that you're like, I don't know if it's time yet. That's... Rather than waiting, there's like is it time? No, Virgo energy is what I was asking about. Yeah. When I say keep a dream journal, also when I tell people, I agree with Juan. But keep something literally right by, like, don't wait, because you lose so much in that, like, when you're in between the waking up, that's the best time to like write it down. Oh, thank you, Tiffany. Yeah. Wheel of Fortune. It's time. I wonder what house Virgo is ruling for you. There's but it's time. I can see where like you're wanting to do things right. But there's images coming in through your dreams that you're supposed to pay attention to regarding this, and it is time. That was kind of a big message. Okay, Sunny, thank you for the times. Ba, ba, ba. You're probably listen, I'm a Suzzy, Susan, I don't know if it is anymore. But up until the early 90s, Suzzy, Suzanne, Susan, Sue was the most, in all its forms, was the most used name lyrically for like the longest time. Right, that is the new list. Right, so if you have Virgo in your 11th and the 12th, it means it's ruling your 12th house, which is dream realm. It's the house normally ruled by Pisces, which is the opposite. So you might have like a flipped chart. But anyway, so it's a very quiet part of our charts, but also it's where we can see like fame and where somebody will be known. All right, so I'm going to answer Sunny. Mary, if you could put your question down. While I answer Sunny. You want to know why they're not moving the connection forward. All right, so let's get a couple of things here. Let's get a message. Yeah, okay. So the things that you have ruling Virgo, that are ruled by Virgo, I want you to know that part of fortune is actually kind of a big one. Virgo is about self-mastery, but the self-mastery isn't about having peacefulness in what you produce and not the idea that there's perfection to be had. My eyes are starting to tear, so I think this is the longest I've ever done this. I've done 3 hours but that's reading for the signs. It's different than being in and out of everyone's energy. Something about not being able to let go of the past, Sunny, and also let me take the lead. But let's see. So there's something that's not about you that's holding them back. I want a shadow card for this. Where are they at? You guys should see my desk. Woo! It's a hot mess express. I have to go do like lymphatic draining. Hi, Pooja. There is a list. I'm done for the day. I am on 3 hours and 35 minutes. Like we're starting to get close to 4 hours. So, but I can, yeah, I put you on the list. But we're going to have to come back and do a second one of these. And I'm happy to let anybody who didn't get read today either start the next time or cut the line, whatever. Like, I let Betty cut the line because she never gets read and she's always around. I'm fair. You can either like the way that I'm fair or you won't, and that's okay, because I'm not a jar of Nutella and I am not meant for everyone. So I'm comfortable with that. But yeah, I'm going to go through all of the comments and pick out anybody that did not get read. That can't be. This huge deck cannot be the same card again. Again, I have the thing with the sovereign, which came up for somebody else, which means the best way to bring this in and yeah, take the risk that you don't chase this at all. They're saying, let me take the lead. While you're letting them take the lead, that sovereign is understanding that you are your own sanctuary and to build a kingdom for you that somebody else wants to be in. It's the same thing like what I said. Don't ever, you live in your authentic truth. You build your stability and your kingdom for you. And then the right people will want to be there. You will be a want to, and that'll fit. This isn't completely closed and it's not completely open, but if this person is going to turn out and be anything, I honestly feel like it might be more of a just how reliable. Like, is this a stick around? Where is that? I feel like the nutty professor or whatever that is. What is it? Not the nutty. There's something. I don't know. The something professor where everything's like all over. Is this long-term potential? This person? Build your kingdom. If this comes back, I don't know if this is your long-term person. The reason that you guys came together is for you to get into a place where you feel comfortable taking the risk of doing for you and letting him organically work out to be whatever he is. This is big for you. He's a small player in your bigger overall game, but this moment right here is big for you in a really beautiful way. I kind of like that for you. It feels good to me that like this puts you in a place where you like, you see me just stand up straighter, which I should do all the time. And also I should burn this dress, but that was me feeling where you're going to be. So like, this is somebody that you're going to be like, that Thank You Next Ariana Grande song. That's a great song. Okay. And then thank you, Moanne. Whatever you sent, I feel. My eyes stopped tearing. And I 100% know that was you, because I can hear your name in that ear. Yes. Oh, thank you, Juan. Juan, you are an angel. Let me tell you something, people. Juan is he's probably like, Susie, stop talking about me. Such an exemplary human. Ooh, that is... All right, let's see. I'm feeling these for that. That's amazing. That's probably like in Portugal too. That's probably very well done. I used to work with a girl who spoke English, Spanish, Portuguese. And I could always tell when she was switching because there would be the sh sound in Portuguese, and I loved it. I loved it when she spoke Portuguese. What is it? Let's do it this way. Where's my... Let's see what it's gonna... Nope, not this deck. Let's do a card for... You're so welcome, Sunny. I'm happy for you. No matter what that person turns out to be, I'm happy for you because I can see what you turn out to be, and that's more important. Yeah, that's... So let's get a card for what does this bring you? How will you do? Okay, so in the beginning, hold up, Buttercup. In the beginning, you might feel like a little you might feel like you're struggling a little with it. It might feel a little overwhelming or make you feel like you don't know enough, but that's how it started. Where is it going? And then you start to really, yep. Yes. Okay. This is a very clear transition. So I'm going to be honest with you. In the beginning, you may even feel like should I have done this? But you should have. You may have a little inner conflict when you first start. And it may make you feel like you're thrown off your game a little bit, but then you walk into this. And when I see the King of Cups, there's such an emotional maturity. You're able to connect to this. Like I literally seen like it being an extension of you. Oh, I'm done, Juan. I love you to death. Those questions are going to be for the next time. I will answer the Aries goddess though. I will add you, Rosalie, but I'm gonna post your question, Aries goddess, and then I really am finishing up because we'll be at 4 hours by the time I'm done with the Aries goddess. But Mary, it's really this becomes an extension of you, almost like you will feel that this is like part of your higher calling. When will spirit... Okay. Yeah. For anybody who's new, yes, you can get added to the list, but I'm going to do this again another day. I will also be going live later. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see because I'm drained. But I'm going to do this again. I do free card pulls 3 times minimum a week. So I'm going to keep a list on Instagram of who I wasn't able to get to so that I know that you can either cut the line the next time you're in one of my rooms or we'll just do this is the first time I've ever come on and just done free card pulls. Like it's not after a sign or anything else. But I promise if you're here and you ask to get a card pull, you're going on a list that I will keep. When will, all right, so I'm going to pull a couple astrological cards. I don't know if you heard me. I'm not a big fan of and that makes me want to ask some questions for you, Aries goddess. Okay. What house do you have Pisces in? Because we just had a whole bunch of Pisces energy. What house is that for you? Or what house cusp? You can only have like 2 degrees of Pisces in a house. But if Pisces is on the cusp, yeah, I felt chills for you. Mary in Portugal. I would love to know what house Aries goddess has Pisces. I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it. I mean, it might be, but that's not what I'm being told from this card. I'm asking about the house. You don't need placements. Everybody has energy of all 12 signs. Even intercepted houses tell us something. It does. I just want to know what house it's on. It's in the 8th. Is it on the cusp? Does your 7th house end with Pisces? Or does your 7th house? You're not sure about your houses. Let me ask something. This is related. Are you doing something right now for like, are you getting into something new because of like a spiritual, are you opening yourself up? Are you having an awakening? Are you starting to participate in something spiritual? I am done, Yashivi. I actually called your name a couple of times, but I'm coming up at 4 hours. I'll add your name to the list of like the people who didn't get read, but I will read them at some point. And I will remember you. I am like that, and I will let you cut the line the next time. But I went in order. And I did call you a couple of times. I'm sorry you missed it. We'll get you another time. Okay. It's Mary. I'm sorry. I'm on the Aries goddess one, honey. Sure. And Amber, whatever you ask me in the chat for the masterclass, you can just email me. I'm going to go through all of the comments. I promise. Y'all just, if you're patient with me, you will find that my Virgo rising doesn't let me be anything but thorough. And that's also, I'm not going to half-ass anyone's reading. So it takes me a little longer. I know some people are quicker. I'm just not. I believe you're going to meet this person through some kind of spiritual group. Whether it's in like a chat of something like this, but it's going to have to do with that. No worries, no worries. If you're Virgo rising, then Pisces might be on the cusp of your 7th house or be on the cusp of your 8th. I am feeling like an intimate connection with somebody through spirituality, and then I have the Hierophant and the World. This is something that's changing in you that's going to lead you to this person. Well, I have Virgo rising, and then I have my moon in the 7th, which is, so this is what I mean by like, there's so many layers. I have an Aries moon, right? But you have to consider that my Aries moon is conjunct Chiron. It's sitting on top of my Chiron, which is huge. It's also trining my Venus, but that Aries moon, right, can't do anything without Chiron. So I used to be the wounded, now I'm the healer of the wounded, right? Like, because I healed through my own wounds. That's my emotions. That's like where my heart is, but also it's in the 7th house of Libra, of justice, of reciprocity. And that house is actually, even though it's Aries, that house is on the cusp is Pisces. So that house, that Aries moon, has a Libra flavor and ruled by Neptune and Jupiter. So that's why, okay, let's get a timing on that. That's why I say astrology is not, I don't like to give like, because you can go to TikTok if you want fun, generalized placements, but that's not really, yeah. So my Virgo rising plus my moon placement wants me to be fair. I'm like Mary Poppins. I'm kind of tough but fair. Like, I'm going to be like, these are my rules and you're allowed not to like them. But also I will get to everyone. Like, it's all done in love. But I also have to lead by example. If I'm asking other people to have boundaries, then I can't not have any. All right. Let's get the timing. I don't have every timing memorized for each card. Each card has its own timing. We can do a whole thing on that. Venus and Aquarius. So this might not be till next January. Till this person comes in. Now, if we had an actual consult, like, I haven't been telling everybody you have to book a reading with me, and I don't feel that way. But if you want, I can look up, the card I pulled for you isn't about where your Venus is. Venus in Aquarius does attraction without unhealthy attachment. That's what the card is about. But also, that's the timing assigned to this card. If I was in front of your chart and I could look at your progress chart and a bunch of other things, I could see a lot better. That's why I always say, like, I hate giving timing without. As an astrologer, and also as a metaphysical practitioner, I understand that I can give you generalizations here, but I could give you specifics. Like, I could probably see when somebody might come in and then when it might turn into something in astrology. You know, that also means, as you know, your Aries moon in the 7th house, conjunct Chiron, means I had a lot of relationships where I wanted to heal the wounded through my relationships in my partnership. And also it has to do with my mom. So, there's so many layers. There's so many layers. No, that's not what that means, hun. It doesn't. When I pull a card for timing, that's going to be specifically about. I asked if you already met them, and I got a no. They're not in your. I don't think it works that way. I think the best thing you can do, if you want to speed things up, the best thing you can do is at a safe pace, at your own pace, but in a safe way, look at what you have with attachment and impatience. Listen, I have an Aries moon. I have a lot of cardinal energy. I kind of have a balance of everything, but I have cardinal energy, and so waiting is something that will teach us a lot of lessons. How to hold space and not getting waiting energy, which is probably, you guys, not in these comments because woof, but in the comments for the regular actual, when this ends. Yes, Jashawn, I actually, because I knew you were going to come back and ask that. It says yes. I asked over 90 because one of your comments said 90, but it's a yes. I asked my pendulum. You will get over 90. I don't know if it's 94. I'm not doing it again. I'm so done. Stick a fork in me. I'm done. It's because you hate the waiting that it feels like the lesson isn't. You aren't over that lesson. You can be alone without being lonely. There's so many layers to this. Yeah. There's the space that you're supposed to spend. If you spend it resentful of the loneliness, that's not going to be conducive to bringing you in the healthiest partner, because quantum physics, everybody's probably like, blah, 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 Susie, you say it all the time. Quantum physics dictates that molecularly, we are carbon based beings. Right? And we are made of the same thing as universe. And cohesion is that like matter attracts like matter. So this is exactly the opportunity for you to examine your relationship with waiting, impatience, and attachment. And anything that you may have around codependency, rather being you can be alone and not feel lonely. And I know that's a hard thing to say, and I was there once. I'm not saying any of this with judgment. I'm saying this because I promise you I was there. It's when you take this time and just you can do so much with this time, but I'm not getting that they're already around you. But I'm Aries moon. I totally get impatience. I wouldn't date around. I would put my energy solely into me. That's honestly what I'm feeling for you. I feel like that is, so we have astrology, we have channeled messages, we have divination, all of that. None of that is as big of a player as your free will. And your free will is going to be slightly determined by your early childhood environment, your trauma manifested behaviors, where you're at physiologically in your fight or flight, all of that. You can be with somebody and be lonely as fuck. That is far worse than being alone and enjoying the wisdom that you glean, enjoying what you find out when you are quiet with yourself and there's not another person. So it's your word. So if you're saying the most I can wait is until September, then you're putting a timeline on your own evolution, which I don't think that you should do that. I think that If you just let universe bring you what it's going to bring you, and don't be in the waiting energy. Don't be in the waiting energy. I am officially at 4 hours and 28 seconds. So, everybody give me a little while. I'm going to come back into the live chat and I am going to find every name that I did not get to, and there will be a second list. I don't know where we're at with subs. When I get to 500, I can have a community page and post it. But for now, if you're not following me on Instagram, that's where I'm going to post it. I'm going to try to come back and do earth signs today. But I don't know. You're welcome. You're welcome, Aries goddess. But like, I know that that's why you're having this moment right now. I'm not judging your, like, what you're saying at all, but what you're saying is holding you back. I don't want money or anything like that. I just am at 4 hours. So I'm going to make a new list and I will post that on Instagram. The list of people, and I will just post a picture or something. I will make something on Canva that just says like, this is the list, and then I'll put the list in the comments. I'm not going to post everybody's name on my I'm gonna eat and take a nap. I can also see like my swelling, my inflammation, everything is, I need to get up and walk around. Being in the same chair for 4 hours isn't exactly awesome either. Savita, I will put you on the list. And this community is great. So I get it. Some people just want to hop in and hop out if they can't get the reading like instantly. But this community is great. So I hope you'll be back. And I really will make sure I get to you another time. Thank you everybody so much. This was, I thought I was gonna like come on at like 7 something in the morning or 8 something in the morning, and there would be like 5 people in the room, honestly. So thank you so much for everybody. Thank you for lending your energy. And anyone I didn't get to, there'll be a list. Just give me a couple of hours. Everybody's going to get a lesson in patience today. But if you saw the readings, I'm pretty thorough. So, yeah. I'll post when the next time I'm going to do one of these, I will put more than 10 minutes notice. Okay? So that everybody knows. And I will post the list. All right, guys. You know what I always say, I love you, now you love you. And I'll see you all soon. Thank you so much. This is a new record for me. All right, I'm going to go sleep. I'm going to eat and sleep. All right. Bye.